Would anyone like to share?
I'm from Manila. We are from Manila, so I'm Joyan from. I'm Joyan from Manila. We are SREs, so we are evaluating APISIX as a API gateway for our Kubernetes cluster. So the reason why we came here is that we want to know more about like APISIX and also try to bring out a few of our questions for APISIX. Yeah.
So please ask your questions anytime. There are a lot of people wearing APISIX t-shirts. They are APISIX maintainers. You can bother them with your questions. Feel free. Would anyone else like to share? Yeah. You guys? We're all friends here today.
Hello. Oh, so we're software engineers with urban entry, and at least on my part, just interested to learn more about APISIX. Not familiar with it. No, just overall what it is, what it does, how's it better, that kind of thing.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Anyone else? Would you like to share why you're here?
Yes. So I think same the previous guy can give to learn to yeah, sure. I see we learn more about APISIX, how it could help getting right. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. All right. Just a reminder that we have some food at the back. So if you want to grab some coffee, like breakfast, feel free to do so. If you're feeling hungry, feel free to do so. And welcome again to the APISIX community meeting. We are also streaming this live on YouTube. So before we start, I want to ask you to be in your best behavior. We follow the Apache Software Foundation's code of conduct, which basically says be nice to others. Be nice to others. Feel free to talk amongst yourself. Feel free to ask questions. We also have some wax for you. We have some t-shirts. We have some stickers for you. So you'll find them here, and our teammates will get some for you. All right. So I think we are right on time, and let's get started. So first up, we have Ming Wen, who is the POC chair of Apache APISIX and also the CEO of API7.ai. He'll be talking about APISIX and how the project evolved and what the future of APISIX would look like. So meanwhile, I welcome you to the stage and take it over from here.
Okay, thank you. First, thank you for coming, and I will thanks for the untold and Brain. This meetup cannot be happened without you. Thank you for coming. Wait a moment. Okay, this today's first topic. So I want to talk about the future of Apache APISIX. First, I will introduce myself first. My name is Ming Wen. I come from China. I'm the PMC chair of Apache APISIX. And I'm also a member of the Apache Software Foundation. I'm also the Kubernetes member, so I'm an engineer. And I have another role is I'm the co-founder and CEO of API7.ai. Okay, thank you. I will talk about Apache APISIX first, because many of you are already familiar with APISIX, so maybe 1 minute is okay. APISIX is a cloud native API gateway. APISIX has two parts. First one is the data plan. Data plan is based on Nginx. So if you are using Nginx, so it's very easy for you to use APISIX. And the second part is the control plan. We use etcd to store all configurations of APISIX. Okay. About API7.ai. API7.ai is a startup. It's only 4 years old, and we founded API7.ai in 2019. Now we have more than 40 employees in 5 different countries. And API7 is a creator and donor of Apache APISIX, and it's the first one and the only one startup to donate open source project to the Apache Software Foundation. And now APISIX and API7 is number 1 in the APAC, API management market. So if you want to choose the best API gateway, I think APISIX is for you. And in last year, 2020, API7 is the responsive vendor in the Gartner's API gateway market gap. And also in last year, API7 is highly top 100 global winner. We have many investors, famous investors in China, for example, Matrix Partner and Shrewsbury Capital. Okay, let's to the topic. In today's topic, I will talk about 4 parts. First one is why we launched and donate APISIX in 2019, 4 years ago. And the second part is the uniqueness of APISIX, why developers want to use APISIX, why developers love APISIX. And the third part is the roadmap of APISIX in this year. We want to develop more and more features in APISIX, and we also want to develop the features with the community. And the last part is that I think the AI will reshape APISIX and the API management, and there will some demo and our new product about the AI with API management. Okay, let's back to the 2019, why we create APISIX and donate APISIX to the Apache Software Foundation. I think the most important thing is that we want to leave something, because I and Yuan Sheng, both of us are engineers, and we worked for the big company over 10 years. So we write many codes and contribute many code to open source. But we know that after 10 years or 20 years, there's no one will remember you because your code may be rewritten by other engineers. So if you want to leave something, so you need to create a well-known open source project or leave a great company to the world. So we want to leave a name to the real world as a binary world. Yeah, that's the reason why. So what? Because we want to do something, but what we need to do? I think the API is very important for the digital world, because everything in the digital world is connected by the API. For example, we are using Zoom, the Slack, everything is connected by the API. So the API is very important, and API is also a very big track. So there are many things you can do in the API ecosystem. For example, the API design, the API security, and the API gateway, and many things. And as you mentioned, engineers, so we want to do some difficult things. So we choose API gateway as our first step. So we want to do open source API gateway. And the last thing is how. If we want to leave something and we want to do the API gateway, how can we do that? In 2019, there are many API gateways. For example, the NewSoft, the Boomi, the WSO2, and many API gateways. But most of them are not open source. Only Calm and Envoy are open source, but most of the API gateway are not open source, not open. So if we want to do something different and let more and more developers and companies to use our product, so we should be an open source project. But open source is not good enough because we want not only companies and developers in China to use APISIX. We also want Europe, United States, APAC, and many countries and to use our product. So we decided to our open source project to the software foundation. So because that if APISIX in the Apache software foundation, the developers will trust your project and they will try to use it. And it will make your project better. So it's a timeline of APISIX first month. We started the APSM.ai, this commercial company, in April 2019. And 2 months later, we open sourced APISIX in June 2019. And 4 months later, we donated APISIX to the Apache Software Foundation incubator. So it's very fast. From the day one, we know that APISIX should be a software foundation's project. We need to donate to the software foundation. Only that we can leave something to the world. They can remember us. So back to our first user. Our first user is a production user is the Ke Holding Inc. It's the #1 rental and sales house platform in China. It's very big. In China, if you want to buy or sell house, you need to use Ke. It's a very big company. And in July, in 2019 July, after APISIX open source 1 month later, Ke is hiring engineers to do their own API gateway. So we found the engineer manager in Ke and told them, you don't need to hire anyone. You can just use me and Yuan Sheng. Both of us can be your engineer. You can tell us what you want to do in APISIX, and we will implement in the open source project free. You don't need to pay for us. Yes, it's a win-win because we have a KA user and the Ke will, they don't need to pay for us and they will have their own API gateway. So from 2019 to today, Ke is more and more engineers use APISIX to deal with their API traffic. So many Chinese companies are using APISIX because we treat the developers and the companies as a partnership, not only user or developer. It's very important. We make friends from the community, not just a deal. So let's talk about the uniqueness of APISIX. Now I will not talk about the feature list because I think many of us, you can check the features in the GitHub. So today I will talk about the community. Because you know, APISIX is Apache Software Foundation, and the culture of Apache Software Foundation is community over code. So how to understand this? Because in Apache Software Foundation, we think that the code can be rewritten by other engineers. If the code is not good enough, but it's open source. So others can help you to make the software better. But if your community is not open, your community is not friendly for other engineers, so they will not help you. So the community is very important. So the community over code. With community, we have time and engineers to help you to make the open source project better. But without community, the open source project will die. So in Apache Software Foundation, we believe that the community is over code. So APISIX is also a community-driven project. We can show some data. For example, in this, APISIX now has more than nearly 500 contributors, and we will now more from more than 100 different companies. They contribute their code to the APISIX. So APISIX is not only contribute from API7. API7 is only one of the contributors. So that's very important. And the second is that APISIX community treats the contributors as partnership rather than the free engineers. Because that many open source projects sponsored by commercial company, they only treat the contributors as a free engineer. So you can contribute to our open source project, but you cannot decide anything. For example, you cannot discuss the roadmap. You cannot discuss the future of the open source project. The commercial company can decide everything. But in APISIX, it's totally different. APISIX is decided by the community. Yes, you can discuss with us about the roadmap, the feature list. So it's totally different. Because that, I mentioned we are the initial creator of APISIX, and we contribute many code to APISIX. But I think we only can write better code than any engineers, maybe. But we don't have the industry know-how, because APISIX can use in many different industries. For example, for the security company, IoT, and fintech, bank, many different industry. And we don't know why they want to write the plugin, why they need this feature. We don't know how, but we can implement this plugin very good. So that's also why we think the community and the partnership is very important, because the contributors will bring their insights of the industry to the APISIX community, and that will make the APISIX better. For example, this is the issue first response time. We can see the data. Most of the issue will be responded in 10 hours. Yes, it's from the GitHub's data. So you can see that the contributor, if you have some issue, for example, a bug or a feature report, you will get very quick response from the community. Yes, it's from 2019 to today, so it's 4 years. So if you want to choose API Gateway or other open source project, you need to check their response time. Is the community is active? Is the community is friendly for the contributor? Yes, I think it's very important. Yes, these are some of our users, but we treat them not users. We treat them as partnerships. They from many different industries, for example, McDonald's, KFC, and Xiyin. And we also have many other industries, for example, the BMW, Lotus, and Zoom, Oppo, Vivo, Honor, Hisense. Yes, we also have some fintech and bank are using APISIX. They also contribute to many plugin and code to APISIX. So it's also a win-win. They use APISIX and find some features not in APISIX, so they will contribute to the community. Okay, then I will talk about the roadmap of APISIX. In Q3 and Q4, we want to do some new features in APISIX. The first one is WebAssembly. Yes, APISIX is now it's support WebAssembly. You can use WebAssembly to write your own plugin, but it's not good enough because in OpenRSP and in APISIX, you can use PullSocket to do something to some async calls, but in WebAssembly you can do that. You cannot do that. So we want to implement WebAssembly with async call. So with after we implement this feature, so you can use WebAssembly to do some networking code. For example, you can query from MySQL or do internet access from WebAssembly with high performance. But now you can only use WebAssembly to do some CPU computing. Yes, I think we can use now we can use Watson Edge to do this feature. Watson Edge is a CNCR project. Next one is OpenAPI. Now APISIX support OpenAPI, but we can now only support the import APIs from OpenAPI, but it's not good enough. We want to integrate with Postman, Stoplight, and other platform. So you can design and write documents in Postman, then you can use them in APISIX. And the third one is the security. Yes, API gateway is not only about to connect and manage API. We also want to use API gateway to security your APIs. So we will integrate with mod security. Yes, there is also have a Nginx module mod security, but we don't have to integrate with APISIX. So we will add more and more security features in APISIX. Another one is CI/CD. Jenkins, for example, Jenkins, Argo CD, and other CI/CD platform. APISIX is not APISIX is API gateway, so it will connect with many other platforms. Not only about the API, it's also about the GitOps. So you in Q3 or Q4 we will implement. We will integrate with Jenkins and other CI/CD platform. And yes, HTTP3 and Quick. Nginx released a new version including the feature of Quick. So APISIX will also implement this feature in API gateway. So now after this, you can use APISIX to deal with HTTP traffic from the HTTP 1, 2, and HTTP 3. And we will also have more and more features. The features will come from the community, come from all of you. You can decide, you can discuss and decide the feature of the APISIX. Okay, The last part is I will talk about AI. The AI and the LLM is very hot in this year. Yes. So the AI will change the API management or APISIX. I think about this question many times, and I think the answer is yes. There will have some examples. The first one is that the APISIX also already has the AI module. We implement AI module in October 2022. So it's a plugin. This plugin will have the 20% performance improvement. Yes, if you are interested, you can check it. It's in the open source project in the AI plugins. So in short, this plugin will check the plugins and the plugins of the router. So if your router is very simple and with only few plugins, so the AI module will help you to ignore some phase of engines. So it has big performance improvement. Yes, for engineer, we'll design API or write the documentation for API. Maybe you will use 1 day to do this. For example, if a developer wants to write a login API, so maybe it will cost you 1 or 2 days to write documentation, to design the API. Yes, but with the power of AI, you can just do this. You only need to say, I want to write a login API. So the API gateway will check the Postman or check the GitHub, because there are many open APIs about login. So they will check the exist APIs and auto-name and AITC for you the API documentation and the open API files. You just need to review the result and publish your own API documentation. Yes, I think the AI will help the developers to write API documentations more fast than before. But the first one is only for developer. Yes, it will save some time for developer. But for enterprise, for the company, we want to use AI to help us to make some decision. Yes, for example, in this example, a product manager wants to know what are the top 3 categories of user feedback in the last week. If you don't have the AI or the LLM, you need to check the email, the Slack, the GitHub, or other channels one by one. Maybe it will cost 2 days or 3 days. Yes, and but with the AI, with the large language module, you can also just say to the AI the question, and the API gateway will check the email, Slack, and GitHub for you. In seconds, you will get the answer. Yes, and we already implement this in our commercial product. Yes, I think it's very important for the managers. You can make decisions with the AI Copilot. Yes, the last one is API portal. API gateway, APISIX is an API gateway, but the API gateway is not only about the manage and connect APIs. We also want to monetization APIs. So we will release our new product about the API portal. In this product, we will release the AI features as a SaaS product. Yes. Maybe in next month, we will release this new product with the AI Copilot. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ming. Thank you so much.
If you have any questions,
Feel free to ask me. I think this talk gave an overall idea about what APISIX is and what it does and how we are planning to build it in the future. And today's meetup will be more of APISIX. You will learn more about the internals of APISIX. You'll learn about how you can use APISIX. And we also have our sponsors AMD coming in today afternoon. They will talk about some new things they are cooking up for data centers. So we have a lot in play today. So feel free to ask questions, feel free to engage, and yeah, if you have questions for me, feel free to ask them now. So while we do that, we'll set up for the next talk. So yeah.
yeah, you can ask the technical questions. I'm also an engineer. Okay, that's a good question. Because we want to donate this project to the Apache Software Foundation. All the branding will belong to the Software Foundation. For example, APISIX will belong to the Software Foundation. The commercial company can use APISIX. Yes. So why APISIX? Because that's when we choose the name, we found many names are already used by other companies. So we need to create a new name. So it's about API gateway. So we choose API as the first part. And second part, 6 is the lucky number in China. So we use API6. It's meaning that if you use API6, then we will keep your APIs safe and lucky. Yes. So our company name is API7 because that is 6 plus 1 is 7, and 7 is lucky number in many other countries. So we choose API7 as a name.
Maybe you guys are still evolving it to be more like Kubernetes and GitOps kind of specific kind of stuff. So it seems to be more traditional, like running by EC2 and things like that. So what are the feedback there? So maybe you can share a bit on that.
From my evaluation, it seems first of all, I find the documentation a bit lacking, so I spend quite some time to find what I want, and also because basically I need to know how to navigate the documentation to get to what I want, but a lot of things is not documented. Also, I feel like for now, I think Kubernetes in APISIX is not a first class support. I feel like it because a lot of things is let's say we have a configuration stored in Kubernetes. So why do we need another configuration stored in etcd? So things like that, and standalone mode doesn't work in Kubernetes is also another feedback from me. Yeah, so took me some time to figure that out, but yeah, I hope I can get a more clearer roadmap on the Kubernetes support and yeah.
Okay, got it. So now all the demo and guide in APISIX documentation are through the RESTful API, not the Kubernetes, right? Yes, and our technical writer is also here. So I think we will improve that because in APISIX, the Kubernetes is also the first priority because many users are using APISIX in Kubernetes. So I think this is the issue of documentation. And in our roadmap, we will integrate with many CMSD platforms, so it will also use Kubernetes, not only the REST API.
Thanks for the feedback. Really important for us. You need to detail, and I will let you talk with our technical writer exactly what you would like to see in the documentation. Because I agree, documentation can always be improved, but you need to be a bit more specific. Thanks. Because that's really, really useful to us, this kind of thing.
Other questions? Any suggestions, feedback? All right. So thank you, Ming. Thank you for your talk. Next up, we will have Yuan, who is the CTO of APISIX.ai and one of the initial authors of Apache APISIX. We'll be talking about how APISIX is being used in financial companies. So when we first sent out the registration form, we found that there are a lot of financial companies in Malaysia, and a lot of you guys are coming to the APISIX Community Meetup. So this talk is for you, and this is from our experience working with some financial companies within and outside of China. Yuan Sheng, over to you.
Okay, my name is. Okay. This is the third time about I go to the Malaysia. For the first time, I mainly do the tourism, and the second time, I mainly focus on the business. But this time, it's the local meeting. It's very different period for myself. Okay, got it. I want to tell you some reason about why I say this on the background, because all of us will be tuned with the connection. Because the connection is important, because anyway, any different people or some different company or different business, we all need to connect by some way. As a developer, most of the developers, they build some IT system for the business or some commercial thing. But the important thing is that how we make the connect more stable, reliable, all right, and efficient. It's very important. In the real world, we use the different transportation. For example, the car, and the ship, or the plane. But what we use in the digital world? Yeah. In my show, I will ask some questions about this. Okay. At the beginning, let me introduce myself. My name is Yuan Sheng Wang. Yeah. I am the co-founder and CTO of APISIX, and as Ming has told, we are the manager for the APISIX project, so I am the TMC member. Yeah. And for this year, we write a Chinese book with the Apache APISIX, the English maybe the Apache APISIX in action. Yeah. If you want to learn more about the APISIX, how to use or how to deploy or how to do the secondary things, then you can to buy this book. Maybe this book is not easy to buy it in Malaysia, but you can buy it from the Jingdong or other ways. It's more easy. Yeah. Okay. At the beginning, I want to say something about our company and the APISIX, what we have done. We created the APISIX about more than 3 years ago, but for now, it has deployed more than 150,000 APISIX instances. It's very big. I'm very proud by the result, because before 3 years, I never thought I can change the world. I have the opportunity, because I think that when I was very young, I told myself, if I had any opportunity to do the change the world thing, it may be 祖坟冒青烟, it means a very great thing. And for now, it handles more than 1 billion API every day. And most of the requests may be happening in China. And so over 1 billion people in China. Yeah. Because the APISIX is very, very young. And most of the Chinese guys, they almost use the APISIX, or the APISIX is do the serving for every day. Yeah, so for me, it's very proud. Sometimes I take my daughter to maybe buy something to the mall. I can be proud of that. Hi, daughter, do you know this? This company product they use or the APISIX or company product is very, very proud of. Okay. So at the beginning, I told something that connection is very important, and the digital connection is very important. So there was something about why we choose the API and what is the API. Because I daughter asked this question for me again and again. That's what to do. I never see your projects. I can understand what's your job. Yeah. In this page, it's more easy to understand in the digital world and the real world. Because the digital world will only in my mind. We cannot handle it or give something. We do not have object. But in the real world, we have found a lot of family, or the company, or the road, or the transportation, and some people and objects. Then we will find that something in the digital world, we can find almost the same thing, but one a little different. For the API, with more similar like the transportation, because we use it to transport our data. Maybe we use a car to transfer the data. Maybe we use the ship or use the plane. Yeah. So when we call it the different API have a different way. So for the Malaysia to China to the Malaysia, maybe we can use we cannot buy the car. It means we can use the different API. Okay. For our company, we mainly focus on the API management and help the company to use the modern architecture, because the API has more and more, and the IT system become more complex. So we need a way to handle all of the API very easily and easy to control and easy to monitor or secretizing or anyway. So the API management becomes very important, because we are using a lot of the microservice or the Kubernetes. Then we found that maybe only a small team, they will maybe maintain the server. Then we found that the API count or API number become more and more. The API becomes more, so we need to control the API, because the API we hope that it can be under control and it can be saved. And we do not hope that some guy or the spinning or date or the feds do something, they will breaking our IT system. It's dangerous. So the API control or the API management is very important. For our company, we donated the APISIX, and we also donated the APISIX Ingress project. All of them is the open source project. It's very easy for you to find it at Apache or the GitHub. It's very easy. And as I saw, the APISIX project has a high quality. It is very popular because of the high, very stable, security, very few security things. And so we think that the APISIX is powering the pop, because it's not only good at the performance, because also it has a lot of rich plugin systems. So it's very easy for you to out of the box. And also we create the API 7 Enterprise Edition. It's mainly for some commercial users because the open source version, maybe the LTS, less than half year, but it's not suitable for the enterprise users. Maybe most of the users hope that we can choose one software and he hopes they can use the software more than 1 or 10 years. Yeah, they do not like to update the software every month. It's maybe in the community it's fine, but for the commercial business it's not a good result. So we can as a company we can provide APISIX Enterprise Edition. It's mainly focused on to support with a long period for our commercial customers. So, and we also provide APISIX Enterprise Edition. It's provided some dashboard allow you to control the API very easy because you can only use the dashboard to add or update the API, not only by the RESTful API. As we know that the REST API is more for the developer, but for some ops or some guy, they will maybe not develop, but only to do the dashboard thing. So the dashboard is important. The API 7 Enterprise Edition is for those guys. At the end, I may have told that we also have an API 7 portal. It helps the business to open your API and help your partner to call your API in the right way. And all of the quota thing and the logic thing or the security thing is under control. Okay. The most important for my topic is the user cases. Let's go. The first one is the Air Wallets. Yeah, it's a fintech company tool, and this company mainly, it keeps slogan is that it's go by to the bank instruction. Yeah, it's very easy in Air Wallets to transfer some money, do the exchange, do the online. It's very easy. Yeah. As a global company, when they choose the API gateway, they have some different key points, very different. And first, it's the high stable and reliable It's more easy to understand, and because every API request is related to the money thing. So it's very, very important. So the low latency and the good performance is very important for the Air Wallets. When they choose the API products, they told me online that vision, that is the first thing. And the second thing is the support custom plugin. Because before the Air Wallets, we could try to the GCP or the different API gateway. And most of them was provided by the cloud provider, but they found all of the cloud providers, the API gateway, they do not support the custom thing. For example, they need to route their API by the users. Maybe the user was identified by the cookie or the session, but there was no way in the cloud provider products. So they have to find the open source products because they have the ability to change it, to modify it, to got something as they want. And they need to limit something by the users. But the users, they need to do a translate. For example, maybe in the cookies, they need to find out what by the cookie to got who is the user. And know maybe the user belong to the China or belong to the United States or the other different countries, then do the different limit thing. It's a very personal thing. Yeah. And this is the main architecture. We can find the layer 1 gateway and the layer 2 gateway. It's more easy to understand, but in the real, the layer 1 and layer 2 must be merged together. At the layer 1, do something. do this thing. Maybe we can give an example. Yeah, one case. Maybe one person is from Europe. When he is staying in Europe, he make a request to do something. Then he do the this one. Yeah, Europe. As a Europe, we call the API and call the get back the data he needs. But he more like me, he's not in Europe. He got in Malaysia or different country, maybe the United States. But as we know, the data only can be stored in Europe because when he got to the United States, the code load bandwidth very nearby, and APISIX got this request, and he found that this user is belong to Europe, not United States, because in this weird service, for example, the bill service or the payment service, there was no any relation data for this code user. So the APISIX do the reinforcing before the request to the Europe API gateway, APISIX API gateway. This roadway is very customized, very personal for the ironics. Yeah. Okay, another use case is the Anxi. Anxi Zhengquan is a Chinese security company. Yeah. When they choose the APISIX before, they got some. They have a lot of different infrastructure. For example, the NGX, the Spring Cloud Gateway, and even some self-developed system for the API gateway. I told with them before they used our product in their company, they made more than 20 or 13 different API gateway products in their company. Yeah, so they want to introduce a new powerful, stable product to replace all of the different API gateway. And I have to write in the slide, we can find that they use the new system to unify the technical stack. Yeah. And for them, because they have to maintain the different unified technical products, so it will cost a very high cost to do the maintaining. So they use the APISIX, especially they use the API7 because API7 enterprise was based on the APISIX. So in this architecture, we can find that they use the APISIX logo, almost the same thing. And use the APISIX to do something the authentication and traffic control or other things. Because APISIX was based on API7 based on APISIX and APISIX based on the NGX. So it's very easy for the Anxi to do something, to do the new thing with the old way, because it's a lot of ecosystem thing or the old system, they will work fine or work very fine with the NGX. So it's very easy to connect the monitor and connect the logger. It's very easy. And because the APISIX support something about the custom plugin, so it's very easy to connect with the self-authentication center and work together. Yeah. Okay, this is a cat single plugin data. This plugin is really only for the Anxi. Yeah, they only need to write a new plugin and do the connection. Then it can work together. Okay, the third user is the Guangfa. Yeah, Guangfa is another security company. Yeah. They almost have the same issues with the Anxi because they have a lot of different engines and the Spring gateway, and for example, they also have a lot of home instance. But the different team writes different plugin on the different version of code. Yeah. After we have work together, yeah, this is some key points for the Guangfa. Yeah. So Guangfa mainly uses our project replace with all services such as engines and code. And it was very important for them that to use the unified management to manage the cluster or the API source in one dashboard. And for the Guangfa, they told me that the rich ecosystem is very important because for the API, it's very important to connect not only the observability things, also we need to connect to the authentication or security thing or any others. It's very important. Okay. This basic architecture is more easy to understand, and they show you that the API 7 enterprise is between the F4 and the Kubernetes ingress. Yeah. So they need the API 7 enterprise is very, very stable and very security. Yeah. Okay. All of the I said if you need more use cases and more details, you can visit this URL for all of the different all of the cases you can find at the blogs. And for some cases I have introduced to you, you can follow more detail by the some URL. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's the end. Any questions?
Oh, any questions? Do you have?
I guess animal wallets would have equivalent of bank and error. That is a financial regulator.
Yeah.
Maybe you can talk a bit, if possible, many cases where they are highly regulated. How does APISIX help in that, including things like SOC 2 compliance?
Sorry, I don't know.
And so basically, you wanted to know more about a use case where there is more regulation and more software compliance, how APISIX has been used somewhere like that in financial scenario.
Financial. I think that all of them was financial thing. So what's the problem? Sorry.
Yeah. Like in cases where there is a lot of regulation.
Sorry, maybe I need some guy to help me translate to Chinese.
Okay, so can you repeat it again? Okay, do you mean the sensitive techniques to deploy configurations? Security complex. Yeah. And the question, how is APISIX they are complex for financial companies, like SOC tools, certification, securities, patches. Okay, I can explain for which moment. There is a pen. Okay. First, for APISIX, it's sub 2 type 1. Sub 2 type 1. So we pass the sub 2 type. Okay, it's the first one. And the second one is APISIX is FI-PS type 1. Okay, so if you use APISIX in some fintech or bank, maybe we will require FI-PS. Hello? Okay. It's the first one. And the second one, for the Apache Software Foundation, for ASF, they will have the security team. Yes. If someone found a security issue, they can send an email to the Software Foundation security team and the PMC project management committee will handle the security issues. Okay, so actually we have the foundation's security team, and APISIX is past the FIPS and the SOC 2 type 1. And for aeronautics, this case is for the GDPR. Yes, GDPR. Because in Europe, every company and every product need GDPR. Yes, because if you are a citizen of Europe, all the data need to keep in Europe. Yes, but travel to United States or travel to China, you send a request to Airworks. Airworks should transfer your data, route the data to the data center in Europe inside the United States. Okay, so they need to decide layer 1, layer 2, the page. Yeah. Yes, so HTTP request. HTTP request. The layer 1 gateway will decide from Europe or United States, and the user is belong to Europe or United States. Then we'll route the request to, for example, this US and this Europe, China. We will choose the right data center to deal with the API traffic. So it will meet the needs of GDPR. Okay.
So GDPR also says that users want to remove the data, they need to do it cleanly. So the APISIX, I think earlier on they want to try to say data governance. How does APISIX handle that or help in that? So let's say now I'm a Europe guy and then I want AirWall to remove my data.
I think if you want to remove the data from the database, I think it's nothing with API gateway.
Another question. All this API layer is handled by the APISIX, or is it developed by the layer 1?
APISIX. The layer 1 API gateway is APISIX, and the layer 2 API gateway is also APISIX.
So technically, if the scenario is saying that we have two clusters, can APISIX route the request to the cluster based on
which moment? Is there two cluster? Layer 1, layer 2, there are two cluster or only one cluster?
Okay, there was one class, but for some detail, for example, the layer 1 can have some special specifics. It specifies I am the layer 1 and I'm the layer 2. So in the logical thing, it was more like two cluster. But when we deploy the real instance, it's only one instance. Yeah, that's why in this picture, we can find that only one instance for the APISIX. But for the APISIX, we do two things. And the first, the level one thing. Level one thing is, does this APISIX handle this pull request? If not, he will forward request to other center. And the second level is in the APISIX instance tool. After he got the referral request and do the process. Okay. Okay, Melissa.
I have something to add about the security components. First one is about because APISIX itself has a lot of features related to security, right? Like MTLS. We can do that from the client to the API gateway and API gateway to the upstream. And we also have something like rate limiting. It's about traffic control. Except for APISIX itself security features, we also need to make sure every component in the whole stack are compatible. Because for the end users, if one component in the whole stack doesn't have issues, then it will affect the whole stack, right? And after making, you can search. We have one use case called Air Wallets. They are doing the payment, global payment, and they are using APISIX to handle their user. Data governance, right? It's just it's very like we use iPhone. We have different countries, different users in different countries to use iPhone, but your data will only be handled in your local DC. Right? Yeah, that's all for myself.
Yeah, and to add to that discussion, we also have a talk on geo routing by Nicola later today. It will basically walk you through how you can set up geo-based routing with APISIX to handle things like GDPR compliance. And I think this is a big issue in today's time because most countries are trying to do some sort of data protection rules or something like that. So we'll have more on that later today. All right, thank you, Yunshin, and thanks for the questions. Thanks for the lively discussions. So next up, we have a virtual talk. One of our APISX contributors, Bobur, couldn't make it to Malaysia. He had his flight delayed. So he's joining us virtually in our next talk. So give me a second to just set it up and we'll be good to go.
Hello.
Yeah, give us one moment and we'll set everything up. Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me? Everything's fine. Okay.
You can start sharing your screen, Bob. Like you can sharing your screen.
On my screen?
Yeah. It's good to go.
Just
Like we are on time. Yeah.
yeah. Just a moment. Okay. Got it. Let me share my screen. Let me know if you can see my screen. And that is good. Hello. Good? Okay. But I can't hear you only. Now I can see the background, the people.
Bobur, can you say something?
Navendo, hello.
Can't hear. Oh wait, you have to give us a second. Like we're just figuring it out.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can speak. Can you hear me?
No.
Okay, you cannot hear me. Okay.
No.
But we tried this yesterday, right?
Yeah,
we try
yeah,
this
yeah.
yesterday?
We tried this.
Was it working before?
No, external headphones. Right?
Thank you. Thank you all for joining us virtually. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Hi.
I can see everyone.
So, Paul is joining us from Estonia. That is Estonia. So, we'll be talking about some use cases with APISIX. So, today's topic will be on dynamic routing with user credentials or authentication with Apache APISIX. So, over to you, Paul. You can start your presentation.
Sure, thanks, Navendo. I hope everyone can hear me well, right? Navendo? Okay, good. Thank you for the confirmation. Yeah, good morning, everyone. I think it's super early for me. It's just 7 almost a.m. My half brain is still sleeping, but I will try to present my kind of slides that you can understand. I hope you will find it interesting. So today we'll talk about dynamic routing, how you can use authentication inputs for your dynamically routing your incoming request to the intended destinations using API gateway as you can see on my slides. Let me briefly show you today's agenda. Let's say dynamic routing is one of the key features of API Gateway. You can route the request based on maybe header value, based on even sometimes query parameters, or even a JSON body. And by leveraging existing built-in plugins of APISIX, developers, me, and you are, and you can create dynamic routing rules that are based on user credentials, such as access tokens, maybe API keys, or user IDs. In this talk, I will explore some of the benefits of adopting this dynamic routing based authentication attributes with APISIX, and show you with a couple of examples how you can configure and how you can dynamically route client requests to the responsible backend services based on JWT tokens, right? So this is a short agenda. First of all, let me introduce myself. Navenda already did. My name is Babur. I am based in Tallinn. You can reach out to me on these social channels. I will be more than happy to answer your questions. Maybe one day I will come to Malaysia and we can meet in person. So on the next slide, as you can see, dynamic routing with API Gateway can be used in a wide range of applications, right? And scenarios, use cases. You can optimize the performance, improve the security, and ensure that your users have access to the appropriate resources. Let's say in this example, for example, API Gateway is routing the request to the customer service or the order service based on the request parameters. Like if it's get / customers, it's a routing to / customers. If it's / orders, it's routing to order service. Simple as that, how it works, API Gateway, right? But on the next slide, as you can see, dynamic routing traffic also can be used to balance load between different servers or services. For example, it can help to make sure that your service is available all the time by routing the traffic to available services, right? If one of the services fails, traffic can automatically route it to another available service. In my case, I have service A and service B, and as you can see, API Gateway is checking regularly by sending some requests to the both services to check if one of them is available and switching the traffic between two different services. This is one of the core features of any modern API gateways, including APISIX. So the next slide, as you can see, about the geolocation of the users, there was also a discussion. I think Ming and Yangshan explained it. I decided also cover a little bit about this. We can also route upcoming traffic based on the geolocation of the user, right? As you can see, if the user is located in Europe, we can also connect to the closest service to improve the response times or maybe reduce the latency, right? Because if the server is hosting closest to the user location, it can, of course, speed up the response coming from our servers, right? This is also one of the API Gateway features. So I hope everyone can still listen to me, right? Can you raise your hand if you can hear me still? Okay, great, thank you. Because it's a little bit tough when you're speaking online, like there is no two-direction interaction with the audience. So I prefer always to have this chat. Good. On the next slide today, what we do, for example, oftentimes we route the traffic to some backend services or passes, show only data, for example, related to the specific user. Assume that we have multi-tenant applications. Different tenants may have access to different services or resources on your APIs, right? In this case, API Gateway can route the traffic only to the correct tenant resource based on the user credentials. If tenant A can only see some resources, AB, we can only show AB resources. If tenant B only can see CDE resources, we will show it. And or in the mobile applications, we can also use this information to show the data for the type of devices. If the device is iOS, we'll show only iOS related stuff. If it's Android application, we'll just change some parameters, information. We'll show only Android application related information. Right? As you can see in this picture, what we are going to build today, as a number one step, the client is trying to authenticate to the identity provider, and identity provider usually can be APISIX itself or third-party identity providers like Keycloak or maybe Okta. All these third-party identity providers, they provide sometimes tokens, right, and sends back to the user, so the users next time can use this token without authenticating or re-authenticating. So in this case, let's assume that this JWT token consists also additional information, let's say like a user ID. So we can just take this user ID or username to decide further how we can route to backend service. As you can see, API Gateway wants this multi-authentication or authentication process, and it checks header for JWT token, and then extracts from the JWT token user-related information, and then decides if this information should be sent to appropriate backend service. In our case, is some like resource servers, right? Or we call sometimes upstreams. I prepared one demo. As you can see in this next slide, what I'm trying to explain, we have simple JWT token, and I have also here the ID, speaker ID is coming. Let's assume that I am trying to build or I have existing conference API that has some information about the sessions, topics, and some information about speakers. And if one speaker tries to enter the system, it uses its ID, right? Unique ID, 16 or whatever, long unique ID. And then we are receiving this unique ID inside the JW token, and we will decide to which service or which data we should show to the user using API Gateway. I hope the scenario is clear for everyone. So let me stop my slides and show you a couple of things, configuration, how we can achieve this scenario. If I bring my, let me share my VS Code, just a moment. I think I stopped my sharing, right? In a moment, I will bring it back. Here we go. Okay, now you can see my screen, right? Okay, I was talking about this API. I think it's not changing. Namendo, screen is changing. I think it's not going to the second screen. Let me fix. I think it's not showing my second screen. There you go. Yeah, now I think it should be fine. I need to stop and reshare again, probably. It's good. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, I have, let me switch off this. I have slash sessions of specific speaker. This is existing public API. You can also access this public API. Just for the demo case, you can use your backend service as well. I can find any speakers, information about their topics or sessions based on their ID, as you can see. And also, if I do sessions, I will receive information about the sessions for the speaker. It's basic scenario. And now my idea is to decide from JWT token which data to show to users, because API only receives some IDs and shows the speaker sessions and topics. So to achieve this scenario, I am using API gateway to read the speaker's ID in the header. So first of all, I need to install APISIX, right, to put in the middle as a middle layer to route incoming requests. In this case, I'm using just APISIX Quick Start Guide, but you can run APISIX in different ways, right? We know we have standalone version where you don't have to use perhaps the etcd, or you can use etcd or APISIX together. In my case, I'm using Windows operating system. I will bring in a moment, like, and show you my dashboard, my Docker, what kind of service is up and running. Just so I think it's weird that I need to stop sharing and resharing when I'm sharing window. Anyway, as you can see, like I have etcd. This is another service, but we can just stop it. But as you can see, I have two services up and running, APISIX and etcd, which is just quick start guide. But you can also run in a standalone version without etcd. I hope this is clear. And so now I am going to write some curl commands to configure my APISIX to have this routing. Just a moment. I think it's better for me to share entire screen, right? Okay, good. Now it should be fine. As you can see, I am on my VS Code, and I have on the left side some samples curl commands. On the right side, you can see terminal. First thing, we always start with creating upstream, right? When we're working with APISIX. So upstream is just a backend service. We want to connect to API gateway. In my case, the backend service, of course, conference the existing API, and we are just doing some secure connection to this upstream. So let's create first upstream by bringing this curl command and pressing enter. As you can see, the APISIX adds our first upstream. In my case, it's a backend service. And the next step, once I have the upstream, let's create one API consumer. API consumer to use my APIs. Right? Let's create one API consumer. I can show you the curl command example here. As you can see, this one. My API consumer uses JWT token with its credentials, key, and secret. And based on this secret, we are going to generate some JWT token. Let's create my first API consumer for the conference API. Here we go. The consumer is ready. And the next step, because API gateway is acting as also identity provider that can claim or generate some tokens, I'm going to create one route to sign new JWT tokens. So in this case, I need this curl command. I'm creating a /login route that generates some tokens when you call each time. See, once I have this route is created, I can claim some tokens now. Let me show you how you can claim these tokens. You can claim the tokens even with the payload inside. We need the payload. I think, let me bring this on to be run again. This one we need. Just a moment. I think it's better. And again, this one. What I'm trying to show here. You can see the payload. JW token consists of payload, the speaker ID, and I'm just putting the speaker ID inside the JW token, and I'm generating new token by calling the existing route I have created just now. If I press enter, as you can see, a new token generated by APISIX, and I got the token, and now I can use this token for future interaction with API gateway or with my backend services, right? And the next step, it's the main step. I need to create some plugin configuration to say that API gateway, please use only JWT plugin token to check each request in the header. So this is a very long code I have. You can see also I have GitHub repository. I will share with you the link. You can check like what means each request in this long configuration. Let me explain you quickly. I am using plugin config object to create a new plugin config with APISIX. As you can see, I'm using 3 plugins. One is, of course, the WT AUS plugin and proxy rewrite plugin to rewrite the proxy based on the speaker ID. I will take the speaker ID from token and put on the proxy rewrite plugin, right? It's also clear. And I'm using serverless pre-function with a Lua code here. This Lua code can be strange for you. You can say, we cannot write the Lua code, or it's so difficult. Actually, this Lua code I didn't write myself. I asked ChatGPT to bring me this code, and it just wrote me exactly what I want. I asked ChatGPT, please generate for me a Lua code that extracts speaker ID from JW token and puts to the header in the request. And the same, as you can see, this is our outcome from the result. We are just
can you size of the font? Increase the size of the font.
Sorry?
Increase the size of the font. Can you?
Increase the font size? Okay, okay. Okay, I think this will appear.
I mean, like you can just zoom it, yeah.
Is it good? Not good?
A bit more, a bit more.
A bit more, yeah, sorry. Yes, let's do that. Yeah, no. It's a zoom out, then we zoom in one more time, and zoom in. So, what about now? Good, right?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I was explaining this Lua code. Yeah, this can be, you don't have to understand this Lua code. I'm just explaining like not line by line. I'm trying to give you knowledge like this is written by ChatGPT, and it does simply reads from JWT speaker ID and puts into the header of the next request when API gateway requesting the conference API. This is a very simple, right? And this is achieved with serverless pre-function of APISIX. It runs before the requests are processed in this request pipeline. I am using 3 plugins to achieve this. And as you can see, once I have speaker ID extracted from JWT token, and I am putting to the next request URI from the header. Straightforward, right? This dynamic routing, how it's achieved. And then I'm creating some plugin config simply. Let's create this plugin config once we understood like what it does. So I will jump back to my terminal and put here and run it. I think I need another terminal. Thanks to Windows. I like the Ubuntu user. So here, as you can see, when I run, APISIX says, okay, I created my plugin config. So this step also done. And one of the latest next steps, what we can do, we can use now a JWT token that we created previously to access now my resources. So let's try to achieve this. In my case, I need to create another route, second route, actually for sessions. So there we go. Let me bring another cool comments here. This one. I don't need this key because we are using this quick start. I'm creating this now another route for getting actually speaker sessions by using the existing upstream ID and plugin config we have just created here. And I am saying to API gateway, please accept all the GET requests to the /sessions and route all the requests to the upstream ID, to the given upstream, and we use the plugin config while you are routing this incoming request. So let's create this, another route we have in a moment. I hope I will finish my demo by the end of my talk. Let's create quickly. So as you can see, /sessions are created. Now I have /sessions URI. So I think that just a moment. Let me bring my samples to the table. I think I got lost my samples myself. Just a moment. So yeah, I think this sample we need also for the topics, for the not only sessions, because we need also the speakers topics to get speaker topics by the ID. I need another configuration. I think this configuration also we can leave, but I will create another configuration to show you more advanced scenario. So now I have once this dynamic routing configured, and I can test with my JWT token. Give me some moments. I'm trying to find where I am now. Topics by the ID. Or just a moment, because I should have the commands written somewhere while I'm preparing this demo. So yeah, we created a route, and now if we try to access, let's say, this route, let me write a command here. I think it should be somewhere here. Just a moment. Yeah. If I try to run and call existing sessions now, as you can see, existing sessions API with my header, we should get some response from the backend. Now, of course, my token is old because I'm using old token. I need to regenerate the new token because we had the expiration time, right? Let's generate the previous token and put it here to verify that my requests are forwarding to the conference API based on the speaker information we extracted from JWT token. I will bring my another latest config to generate new token. Let me generate new token and then put this token to the terminal. This one, I need this token. Let's keep somewhere safely. Otherwise, we're gonna lose them. And now I can try the previous curl command with new token. If I remove here the old token, it should be fine. Let's do that. I'm going to remove this and put here the new token. So let me bring here. This token is here and put /2. Here we go. As you can see, what is happened, like when I use the correct token for JWT and I am calling my route, the sessions, which is API gateway API, right? And it's routing to the conference API and showing only data belongs to the specific speaker scope. For example, it's showing only the related information and sessions that Scott gives. Let's say it has like a couple of the sessions he's giving, and we are showing only the data belongs to Scott. Because as you remember, like we generated the token with the speaker ID 1, which means only we can see the information belongs to speaker 1. This is how the dynamic routing works based on authentication parameters. we can decide which resource to show, which resource just to close. A very simple example, only we are using JWT, you can also use other authentication maybe approach, like a basic authentication or key, maybe key lock, using more advanced with key roles or permissions. You can also show some data or hide some data based on permissions. Also, it can be achieved by the API gateway. I hope everyone could understand, right, this scenario. If it's not clear, I can explain a bit better way. Raise your hand if everybody clear, or for everybody is crystal clear this approach. Yeah, some people are raising hand. Okay, some people are not sure about. Okay, great, thank you. And now I have a few minutes, I think, left. Let me switch back to my slides again to show. Echo is coming.
Is it better now, Robert?
Yes, Navendo,
Yeah.
now it's good.
Okay, okay, yeah. So nobody seems to have any questions. So I think your talk was good. No questions?
Yeah, it means everything is crystal clear, or nothing is clear. Yeah, this is the takeaways for this talk. You can give a try. I have a GitHub repository if you want to achieve the same. Maybe I will leave on the chat on YouTube streaming. You can take a look. I think this is actually a really cool feature of the API gateways. So you can do dynamic routing based on everything. Thanks.
Awesome. And Bobber will also be joining us later today to talk about how to create custom APISIX plugins. So the APISIX custom plugins are written in Lua, but not all of us know Lua. So you can use ChatGPT's help to create APISIX plugins, and Bobber will be explaining how we can do that in a talk later today. So thank you, Bobber, and hopefully in the future with person.
We put on chips, we test it, we quantify it, we do QCs, and then ship it all over the world. Okay? So part of the process is actually in Malaysia. Before the slides goes on, in fact today gaming wise, you all will know the RTX, but our Radeon GPUs is also not bad. Yeah, so but what you do not know, if you see the slide back, you see this thing, AMD in this thing, right? So recently, 13th June, we have a big announcement. Our CEO, Lisa Su, came on stage. She says of the MI300X. Right? I see people looking at, some people actually watched the YouTube announcement, right? It's important because I heard a few times ChatGPT, right? In order to do what ChatGPT wants to do, OpenAI needs 10,000 GPUs from NVIDIA. You know what's the cost? It's expensive. Each GPUs, the A100s, NVIDIA, is about street price, 15,000 US. One GPU. So you go and calculate 10,000 times. So the market is big. That's why NVIDIA where share price went up 30% because it's supposed to do 70, maybe how many percent billion and overshot its business by 50%. Okay, so NVIDIA share price shoot out. Right? So we bought NVIDIA share price, shares, congratulations. The funds have to buy because they cannot afford not to. So if you're on the bandwagon, then that's congratulations to you. But I think in my opinion, it's very high now. Okay. So where is the so AMD. So you understand you're all software engineers here. We are still hiring. Right? So AMD hires a lot of software engineers nowadays. Right? So please reach out to us if you're interested. Right? We're hiring we hire more software engineers now than anybody because AMD traditionally we are not strong with software stacks. Our CEO admits that. Right? So in one stage, I'm being friends with Hugging Face, I'm being friends with PyTorch Foundations, I'm going to improve my software stack. I want to make my Rocker open to all consumer GPUs. We need a lot of software engineers to do that. Right? To make our software stacks applicable across all, not just EPIC. So EPIC is our server CPUs. Okay? So today we have about 27,000 staff. We have more than, it grown 4 times. Right, it's grown 4 times from 6,000 to 27,000 within a span of 5 years. This is our share price shoot up from $1.87 in 2004 to $120 last 2 weeks. And it came out a bit like, oh, everybody profit taking, and that's it. Right? I'm sorry, I can't help talking about share price. Right? Of course, we're still hiring software engineers. So we are a lot of first in a lot of things. Nobody realized that AMD is actually a lot of first in a lot of things. We are, for instance, we're the first to break the 1 gigabit barrier. We're the first to have a dual core x86 processors. Yes, granted, Intel has the x86 32-bit IP. So they own the IP for 32-bit. But not many people know AMD owns the 64-bit IP, which means I license 32-bit from Intel. Intel has a license 64-bit. Sorry, I got to compare with Intel because Intel is my competitor, my only competitor in x86. Okay. We're also the first one to have an first core, and we have 170 plus. But most important, we're the first one to go stacking of silicon. Stacking silicon on top of one each other is not easy, 3D. So basically, silicon is single layer, right? So we have gone into 3D stacking. We stack like building buildings. Why is it important? Because today we can cram as much transistors as possible into that footprint. If you're software developers, you don't really care. You run on what servers, right? But the server is just that footprint, right? And the chip is just that size. How can you cram as many? Most law, you double your compute capacity every 18 months. How are you going to increase the number of transistors to process a 10101010, right? In a small footprint. Only way, stack it. Build one layer up and then another layer up, right? So you have this amount of limited real estate space, you double that real estate space. Simple. We are the first one that does 3D V-cache stacking. So if you're a gamer, if you run your 5600X gaming, that gaming CPU chips has 3D V-cache. The cache is triple. It allows you to play games much faster than the competition. In CPU, not about GPU, discrete GPUs. Okay? This is important. Most of the world's supercomputers actually runs the top 5. Out of top 10, 5 is on AMD. Number 1, Frontier. Frontier is the first exascale GPUs, means 1 times 10 to the power of 12. What takes years takes minutes. That's how fast it is. There's one more coming, El Capitan, end of this year. Full AMD stack, CPU plus GPU. 2 exascales. So this is going to, the US government is spending a lot of money. They have 2 of the most powerful. Yes, the Chinese borrow 10 hertz. I know, but it's not enough. but the world's announced is actually in America, right? The frontier now, El Capitan and the Okay, so AMD do more than just gaming lah. Today, our biggest business is actually in the data center. So you do server CPUs, you call server EPIC. The GPU accelerator is called Instinct. MI3, that's the one that's going to power, hopefully power the next Chat GPT, from Microsoft, AWS. That's where we hope to apply us. And of course, FPGAs, Xilinx, FPGAs, we do a lot of your communication. Not many people know, right? Communications in car, and of course, smart links. But not many people knows your Xbox, Sony PlayStation. The chip in there is AMD. Okay, just to let you know. So we power the consoles as well. Just to give perspective on server CPUs, we have a couple of generations of server CPUs. Today we are in our 4th gen, which is Genoa. We just launched Bergamo. In 2018, we started in Naples, Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, Gen 4. In a nutshell, basically, this guy here, Genoa, has 96 cores. Basically, 96 cores in a single socket that does processing data. What is important to you? Very simple. Your hardware is getting smaller. It's getting denser. So that they have more processing power to run the codes that you process. That's all. Bergamo is at 128 cores. It's at 5 nanometers. Our competition is still at 60 cores max. Right? And we are going, Genoa X is where it's stack 3D cache. Just X is where it's stack 3D cache. We're going 5th gen Turin, we're announcing 2024. It's 256 cores. We're going in that direction. Why are we going? Basically, data center space is very expensive. So we're going to cram as much as possible to shrink that footprint for the data center so that gives more processing power to you, developers, to develop application. That's all. Buy less CPUs, buy less GPUs, so that you can do more. Okay? So this is our 4th gen. We call it Genoa. This is important piece. Gen 5, 12 channels, based on 5 nanometers. Most important is cache. So in your CPU, in your server environment, your memory actually is the determining factor now. So in terms of memory and cache, 12 channel DDR5, we're now going 6 tera per socket. In most of the development environment, your CPU is actually, cost is not a constraint. Memory is the constraint. So memory is important. How you drive as much memory as possible per socket is by the number of cores, by memory bandwidth, and the cache. So everything must be in tandem. So today AMD can drive 6 tera per socket, which our competition can't do, right? And that's why most of the global GCPs, global hyperscalers, you talk about Google, you talk about Azure, you talk about GCP, right? This is the top 3. Tencent runs AMD, right? WeChat runs AMD, right? Facebook, Meta runs AMD. Half of Google's properties runs AMD. In fact, even your WhatsApp runs AMD. Twitter runs AMD. They are all customers of AMD. Teams, if you do Microsoft Teams, Zoom, the backend is AMD. LinkedIn is AMD, right? They use that because they need the density, they need the capacity. That's why they're cramping in their data center, because data center cost and power is huge. So AMD is famous for power efficiency, core density. That's why we are the first choice for a lot of hyperscalers. So these are the skills for Genoa. 16 cores, all 96 cores. You look at TDP. I don't bore you. Then this is our 3rd gen, which is Milan. 64 cores. In our 3rd gen, 64 cores is already on par with Sapphire Rapids. But we're going to 4th gen and we're going to 5th gen, and our execution is on the mark, right? So these are skills. I'll not touch that. World records, of course, we are, sorry, give me some time to do some marketing, but we are number one in terms of world records, in terms of workload benchmarks. So we want to develop applications, try it, right? Basically, it's important. If you try to develop a platform that will in future, your customers, your users will buy fewer servers on, which is important. Which is important. So you optimize your code, you optimize your applications on AMD, right? Ecosystems, of course, is all there. Oh, wait, did I change slide though? Did I press anything on? Sorry, let me know. Sorry. Oh, so sorry. The rest is about efficiencies. I don't want to bore you. Probably, basically what this does is shows you buy fewer servers. You buy 20 servers from Intel, you buy 10 servers from AMD. That's what it means. Right? Don't buy extra metal, don't burn extra forests, don't do anything. ESG is a very big thing nowadays. Don't spend extra power to run the same workloads. Okay? This guy is a big proponent for us, DPS in Singapore. Just want to check the financial space. DPS 5 years ago was 100% Intel. Today they are 90% AMD. Why are they moving everything to AMD? Because they see they reduce their data center size from 100 square feet to 25 square feet. Basically 100 racks, they move to 25 racks. And they reduce their power consumption by half. That's a lot of money they save in the environment. So now today everything is on, right? We're seeing a lot of banks in the region moving, since our financial community, many banks are moving. And there are some other banks, right? I shouldn't show this, but very laughing. Okay, so we have the IP for 64-bit. Basically, Intel has to cross-license 64-bit from AMD. Not many people already know that. They thought Intel has the x86. No. They have the x86 32-bit. And we cross-license 64-bit. So we actually we have IP holder for 64-bit. So in a nutshell, that's my presentation. So I don't want to bore you. Any questions? Anybody has any questions? Yes, please.
You know that if everybody is looking for gold, you should sell shovel. So you are obviously selling shovels.
Yes, correct.
What do you think is the goal?
The goal is well, there are a lot of talks right now. The goal is efficiency, productivity, and so on. I think it's how generative AI. Everything's about generative AI nowadays, right? Because a lot of AI talk nowadays. There's also a lot of talks about it affecting jobs. Like generative AI can write codes. They can even write codes by themselves. They create websites by themselves. I think it's to push human limit boundaries further. We leave the mundane stuff to generative AI. We're increasing our productivity as humans move on to bigger stuff, leveraging on the generative AI aspects. It's getting more and more powerful, frankly. As more and more people jump on Snow bandwagon, Snowflake, you name it, Microsoft, Google, every Oracle, everybody is spending money on GPUs right now. And trust me, they are still buying, right? Because if they don't buy, FOMO, fear of missing out, is going to kill you if you don't. That's what these people have institutional investors. And they know the trend is coming. Because look at the number of applications picked up. Right? Everyone of you use ChatGPT, right? I do. I use ChatGPT, write my emails, do my presentations, do my, like, the productivity it gives me is tremendous. so they can focus on more things. I focus on coming to this event, and start talking to you, spending less time on my slides. And my email generally, writing formal emails, thinking how to write, writing reports. That itself, I think, is only the surface. It's going to be the creative aspects of it, more mundane aspects of it is going to come through. And I don't think nobody will understand how far it will go because it's going to mimic a human mind. When we approach that area, we look at robots. I've seen robots, the Chinese, very good robots, right? Very lifelike. They're going to challenge the broadcaster's job. Are you sure the person who's talking to broadcasters is a human? You're not even sure, right? Nowadays, you're not even sure whether it really exists because it has perfect face dimensions. It might not be a lady or a guy on the screen reading the news to you. So the things that certain things, mundane stuff will be taken over as humans go to the more creative aspects. I'm selling the shovel, yes. But so is NVIDIA. And more people will jump on, right? More and more people will jump on. But right now, speaking from AMD perspective, we are the only vendor in both CPU and GPU. Right now, we look at the whole landscape, right? I mean, I'm not saying Intel is not coming, but Intel is coming on, if you know the market space. But NVIDIA is coming with their Grasshopper, but they're actually coming, they're upcoming challenger. I hope I answered the question. Any question? Oh, yes.
Do you have a plan with simple plan with ARM architecture?
No, so AMD uses a lot of ARM in our CPU. So our Xilinx, FPGAs, a lot uses ARM architecture. Yeah, but it's just that we are not very vocal on it. Yeah, but we of course we are a big x86 user, x86 player. But ARM, you can't run away from it. Yeah, but we have, if you look at ARM, the two things about ARM that's very attractive. First, it has large core count, and it's very low power. That's why it's used in your phone. Right, look, Apple product is full, right? It's very light. It's very cold. If you're an Apple user, right? It's very cool. It's very attractive because I think what they did 5 years ago is, you know what, it's, in fact, if you look at it, Intel made a huge mistake by letting go of Apple. When they let go of Apple, they lost 30% base load for the for the fabs. That's what kills them. Because fab is a very big capacity business. So what Intel is trying to do now is spin off that. Look at the fabs. The fabs, if you know what's happening, they detach separate into 2 different companies and they start to distance themselves from the fabs by same company. Then they're going to start manufacturing for ARM. So ARM is going to be a player as well, to be fair. But certain workloads, you need ARM. So we use ARM in our Xilinx product. Okay, any question? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, of course. Okay, so basically, during COVID period, right? MCO, people overbought. Right? People overbought. We are not aware of this. Right? It's like the demand is there. Then everybody from consumer, we're all consumers, right? I'm consumer, right? So we said, oh, I want, everybody wants, right? So then they call it, in Chinese, they call it 大财主. The big wholesalers. Wow, everybody wants it. Stock up. You know how many? 5,000. Stock 15,000. Why? I got money now. So I put in my warehouse. But suddenly the whole thing stopped, no? For some reason, whole thing stopped. Whole world stopped. No more vaccination, second dose, third dose, fourth dose. And it ends. So they got a lot of stock sitting in their factory, in a warehouse, not factory, warehouse. That's why they let go. It's normal. Not just chips, even notebooks, PCs, a lot of things. So the manufacturing, the factory output stock lah, because they've got still got a lot of inventory in the warehouse now. People over cater for it. Similarly for CPUs. Of course we are right. Any other question? Yes, sir. Yeah.
Hello, I have two questions. One is the open source is the word, right? And APISIX is an open source project.
Okay.
So I'm sure AMD has a beneficial from open source already. I know, does AMD have plan on the open source community or the ecosystem?
We have always been a strong proponent of open source. Our rocker is open source. We are not CUDA. If you know CUDA, CUDA is very proprietary to NVIDIA. They're very proprietary to NVIDIA, so I go sorry. So even our management, our desk, if you use AMD notebooks, our manageability Dash Pro, not your Intel V Pro, is proprietary Intel. Even our management consoles is open source. We are a big proponent of open source. Even our rocket is open source. We don't have our own proprietary. So when we hire software developers, also those who know open source factors. So that's our answer.
Thanks. My second question is that because we are doing, API6 and API7 are doing API management. I'm personally interested in zero trust. So I want to know how AMD, if AMD has a plan, or how AMD work with zero trust in the security industry.
Well, you mean how we work with zero trust? Well, we can talk. After this, what is the support you need from us? Our job is business development. We can't profess to know everything, right? But if we don't reject collaborations. We are open to people who want to work with us. Definitely, if you have something that you want to work with us, we can look at it. Yeah, so please do. Any other question? Oh, yes, madam. Interesting topic, AMD.
Hi, you mentioned AMD is a big supporter for open sourcing.
Yes.
Do you practice inner sourcing within your organization?
Inner
sourcing as like you have proprietary products that you can be open source, but you practice open source within your organization, as in like you use all your internal resources to contribute to an internal product. Is that practice like leveraged here? Just wondering.
Because we use our own product, right? As usual, all our notebooks across our 26,000 employees use AMD products. And the management consoles, management productivity suite, as it develops in versions, is also open source. Even our rocker, as we move out, even the GPUs that you use, it's all open source. We open up for everybody to come in, and we don't reject any collaboration anybody want to use. So I'll say yes, internally we use open source as well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
My question.
Yeah. Who answered your question? Wow, that's another one. Yeah. No questions too stupid. Yeah. Okay. People ask the question, how come the carbon doesn't have AMD CPUs? Wow. I know, X1 carbon. You know why? Because Intel to Lenovo. So, yeah, since this question, you asked this question, I'm going to say, we have the Z13. Yeah. I use the Z13 myself. I bought my boss with Galaxy. Yeah. So that's what we have. The Z13. Every platform that right? We have the Z13. It's 13-inch, very vegan leather. vegan leather, right? And of Lenovo X1 Carbon, not yet now. Lenovo exclusive says, okay, X1 Carbon, AMD, you want high end, right? Something for you, which is called the Z13, right? And you know what? Lenovo's country managers go all over the place. You know what they do? You know what they do to Lenovo? They do this. That's what they do. So I dropped it myself a few times. Yeah. So that's what they do this, and they go around showing this to their customers. That's why I dare to do it, right? So not because it's my noble, but it's free from company. But they do. But to develop any OEM platforms, it takes a lot more than just availability, CPU, but let's think about money, how much you incentivize the OEMs. So the X1 Carbon, for that matter, is the only platform we don't have. Because it can pay. We have the Dragonfly HP. Right, yeah, so that will be hopefully answer the questions. Because it represents X1 Carbon, that's why it represents something they associate with Intel. But they got to pay money for it. Any question? Oh, Brian, yes.
I've got two questions for the benefit of everyone here.
Yeah.
So I think why a lot of people have some resistance, some companies have some resistance moving from Intel to AMD is because sometimes there is this perception that the workloads that they built on Intel cannot be moved over to AMD. So first of all, is that myth true? Do developers see, will their development work have problems if they move to AMD? And the second question is, as the developer in Malaysia, if we want to do development on AMD platforms, where do we go? Where can we find AMD products so that our companies, or even just for personal use, we can do development on AMD platforms?
Okay, so the first question, answer the question is both are x86. Intel is x86, AMD is x86. The source, the codes should run on both, even unaltered. Right? Probably you have to tune it a bit because you added something in between in the development codes. That's all. The only thing I see having issues is when you have interfaces. When you start creating legacy, right? Banks, right? When you start creating things like connecting to dot matrix printers and point of sales, that's where you start to have issues. Because these are legacy codes written 20, 30 years ago. Then you see some issues. Healthcare is the same thing. So we have, for us, we have to just work on it one by one. But as we what platforms are available for you to test, so if you have, if your organization needs platform to test, call us. Call us. Or you buy a server, which is very cheap. Actually, you know this. Or can get from you. You are a big player. IP server one is here as well. Right, you can rent from them, you can use. Right? But it's getting more and more common right now. AMD. Today we have about 25% of market share for servers. From 0 4 years ago. 0%. So today we are 25, certain countries about 30 globally. But that's not important. The most important for us is CPU-wise, are we giving a much better high performance, lower power consumption, much better cooling product so that we build better servers, more compact servers that doesn't cost as much to run and to own for the customers, like end-to-end IP server one, to give to people to develop applications on. That's the most important thing. And we execute our roadmap. That's what we want. Yes. Yes.
With the rise of ransomware in many industries, can you talk a bit about AMD and how it helps with cybersecurity? Because if I remember correctly, AMD has some secure memory encryption, some secure VM encryption that I think Intel doesn't have.
Yeah.
So we can talk about that, how it makes our workloads much more secure.
Okay, so we run applications. Basically, AMD we have unique, which Intel probably has something less rudimentary, but we have something called SEV, Secure Encrypted Virtualization. Basically, we can store virtual machines keys in our CPU. So within our CPUs, there's this thing called AMD security processor. Within a security processor, we store keys. We encrypt the VMs. We can encrypt up to 512 based on the latest CPUs, Genoa. It's 512 VMs secure keys in our own CPU, within the CPU itself. So within our CPU, actually there's a co-processor, which is called AMD security processor, whereby we store the keys. So that will make your VMs more secure. So you compartmentalize your codes, VMs or VMs. You will not jeopardize between the VMs within your own workloads, right? That's one way we look at. The memory-wise, we also encrypt the memory within our CPUs. So in that sense, it prevents it from cold boot attack, right? So cold boot attack, you can shut it down, you can do the keys, you can extract the keys. We also encrypt that within our CPU because secure encrypted memory. So this thanks, right? This is something that is unique to AMD. Yeah. Well, federated computing. Well, this is beyond my depth. So no answer to that. Federated computing. Quantum computing still, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, is still 10 years away. Have you seen a quantum computer before? Right? I see NASA. I was in NASA. You see NASA in the US, California. To cool thing, it takes a huge room just to cool that 1 little process. That is not practical for you and me. When you start to settle that, when you settle the cooling aspects and usability, then it becomes more widespread. I think, in my humble opinion, still take 10 years. It's very expensive, right? But if you do that, then a lot of things will be settled. You don't need to crank transistors, you don't need to build X. Then it's a different world. Yeah. Any question? Any more question?
Maybe we can take it offline.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I hope I don't bore you. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Thanks, Brian, for organizing. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you also for sponsoring this event. And so now we'll break for lunch. Since we are running a bit late, we'll be back in 1 hour or 1 hour 15 minutes, and we'll be back with the next set of sessions, which you can see on the board. All right, so we have booked a reservation in a hotel nearby, so the attendees can go get some food there. Okay, so we can all meet together in the ground floor, and we'll go get some lunch from there. And we'll be back in 1.5 hours. Thank you.
name is Kiran, and I'm going to talk about Apache CloudStack and why you should consider using it. A bit about myself: I'm a QA engineer at ShapeBlue, and I have got a decade of experience in using Apache CloudStack and providing technical support to the community, Apache CloudStack community. I'm an open source enthusiast, and during my free time, I'm edited to various podcasts and audiobooks. So a quick plug about the company that I work with, ShapeBlue. ShapeBlue are the expert public and private product builders. We are basically a CloudStack services company. So this is the general agenda of the talk. I'm going to talk about what is CloudStack, what are its features, a bit about architecture, and I'm going to show you a demo how you can use CloudStack and how you can contribute to the community, and open it up for question and answer. So what is CloudStack? Apache CloudStack is a scalable, multi-tenant, open source, purpose-built cloud orchestration platform for infrastructure as a service clouds. When I need to stress the things that are in bold, scalable, what do you mean by scalable? CloudStack can orchestrate, is highly scalable product. It can orchestrate many number of physical hosts and virtual machines deployments, and it is multi-tenant. CloudStack is designed to be multi-tenant from ground up, which means it has got tenant isolation and tenant separation built in. And its best part is open source. It's an Apache CloudStack, Apache Foundation product, and anybody can download the product freely and use it in their organizations. So a bit of history of CloudStack. It was developed in 2008 by Cloud.com. Later on, it was acquired by Citrix in 2011, and it was donated to the Apache Foundation in 2012. It became a top-level Apache project in 2013, and since then we have got we had many releases. We release generally 2 releases per year, and the latest release was in March this year. That is 4.18 release. A quick fact about this CloudStack is it is developed by the popular founders of Rancher and K3S, if you have heard of them. So it has got good community and good engineers who make this product work. So let's step back a little bit and talk about what are the basic building blocks of a cloud stack, or be it any IaaS cloud. So if you have got a data center within your organization, and you got the basic servers in your data center, and the basic servers require network, compute, and storage. Network means the switches, routers, and storage can be any storage solution in the data center. To get the maximum benefit of your servers, you need to install an hypervisor software. The popular hypervisor softwares are KVM, VMware, Xen. And to manage the hypervisors, there should be an orchestration platform. This is where CloudStack comes in. So if you can consider any cloud, like be it Amazon, Azure, Google, or OpenStack, they have all some kind of orchestration layer. So the orchestration layer exposes an API through which the end users can interact with the layer and enter the hypervisors and the data center. And CloudStack has got a nice UI through which the end user also can interact. So if you think that orchestration Apache CloudStack, what does it do? Its job is not easy, because it has to manage a lot of combination of hypervisors, networking, compute, and storage. And it presents it is providing that glue in between, in abstracting the physical infrastructure from the hypervisor and providing a nice UI to the end users. It does all the heavy lifting for you, so that you need not to be worried about what is happening on the hypervisors, where your network components are there, where are the storage. All you need to is be comfortable in using the UI and the API calls, and you're good for your use case. Then there is a community service that is inbuilt on the CloudStack. And there is a tool called CloudMonkey, which is a command line tool that you can interact for executing the API calls. And we have seen our customers can easily integrate with the CloudStack API, and they can monetize their data centers for the end users, and they can plug into existing usages and build their end customers. And it has got great support for developers. We support CloudStack supports Ansible, CloudStack supports Terraform, or any other popular CI/CD integrations are also present in CloudStack. We also integrate with Kubernetes, third-party Kubernetes like Cluster API, and like we can use Cluster API to spin up Kubernetes clusters on CloudStack. This is the basic building block of CloudStack. This applies to any other public cloud. So we just replacing the orchestration layer that is CloudStack, which is popular. So what are its use cases? So Apache CloudStack can be used as a private cloud and as a public cloud, and also a combination of hybrid solution. So majority of our customer, the users of CloudStack are using it for private cloud purpose, but we have seen there are customers who use it for public cloud and monetize it. These are our popular CloudStack users in the world. So what are the key CloudStack features? So it has got a good UI and REST-based API. We work with any kind of hypervisor, be it KVM, VMware. We are a hypervisor agnostic, and we support the Kubernetes clusters right now, creation of Kubernetes clusters. We support various SDN solutions and STS solutions. We work with a lot of storage vendors like Ceph, NFS, SCSI, and you can take about SDN. We work with VMware. Tungsten is one of the popular SDN solutions, and it's a scalable architecture model. So I have seen an environment where we can scale it up to 35,000. CloudStack can scale up to 35,000 physical hosts. It can orchestrate, it can control them, and the high availability concept is built in CloudStack. So if there's a automatic failover for your VMs, there is a redundancy concept built in CloudStack. So why you should consider using CloudStack like from other public clouds like AWS or VMware vCloud or OpenStack if you heard about private clouds. So it is an integrated end-to-end IaaS platform. So if you consider other private cloud like OpenStack, like OpenStack is made up of like 34 projects, and the learning curve in OpenStack is very huge, and the customization that one has to set up in OpenStack is very complex. But if you consider CloudStack, we can set up a POC environment of CloudStack within a day, and you can be production ready within a month. And it's easy integration, like it can be integrated with any CI/CD pipeline or any traditional enterprise workloads. And it is we can deploy cloud native applications directly into the Kubernetes clusters. So consider this, like if you are paying so much of money by going to a public cloud, if you've got your own data center, we got a bunch of old servers, and you want to utilize the servers by installing a private cloud in your organization, you can consider CloudStack. You can save capital costs of operation expenditures also. So I will talk about a bit about the architecture of CloudStack. So if you have used any public clouds like AWS or Azure or Google, the concepts are same. We have got a region concepts through which the CloudStack which provides the geographical separation. And in each region, we have got something called zones. Consider zones as a data center. And inside each zone, we got a concept of pods. So in the data center, you got some racks built in. You can consider the racks as the pods there. And each pod, they can have a cluster. The cluster can be the host. This is where actually your servers reside, and it can be a specific hypervisor in each cluster. One cluster can have VMware, one cluster can have KVM, and we can scale up based on the requirement and the use case further. So now I'll quickly talk about give a small demo of CloudStack. So I have logged in as a normal user. So there are two types of one is the admin user. Through the administrator can expose the offerings to the end users. So it provides a nice dashboard, as you can see. All the resources that are present for the end user is displayed out here. So as the basic things for a cloud orchestration, there are compute, storage, and network. So we can let me just start how quickly we can set up an instance. I can just show you. So I can just click on instance. I can just select a template. These templates I can register it from any web server. I'll show you how we can register the templates. So I have selected a CentOS box and I'll select the offerings. These are offerings that are generated by the admin user. So we can have generated a 1 GB offering, and similarly the admin user can create offerings and expose it to the his accounts. So I can just select a medium instance, and I don't want any data disks. I can just say no, and I can create some networks. So I can just select an existing network. I can attach multiple networks over here, and I can just give one name, remote 2, and that's it. We're done over here. So it will take some time to deploy the VM, and we can have a nice recon console. So the VM is putting up and running over here, and user can log in. Similarly, we can launch Kubernetes clusters. Launching Kubernetes per cluster is pretty straightforward and very easy. So we can just say, give some name, test cases. And basically we have to register a Kubernetes ISO based on the Kubernetes release, and the ISO can be registered. These ISOs are available in the Apache CloudStack repos, and we can choose a compute offering and the node size. We can choose a network, and we can see how many worker nodes you want. I'll just specify it as one node and launch it. So it's already under use, so I need to create one more network. Sorry. So I'll show the create. So we support various networking models, be it creating isolated networks or L2 network or shared networks concepts. So let's say and once the network is created, you can come back. I'll just select the network. So it's going to take some time. So basically, I've got a Kubernetes cluster running over here. If I click on the Kubernetes cluster, if I want to access the Kubernetes cluster, I can click on access, get the kubeconfig file generated, and I can copy this and open a terminal. And since already, I think I've already pasted it, so I can just paste the term in the kubeconfig and you can interact with the clusters. So we have the cluster running, and we can deploy any cloud native application on CloudStack. Similarly, we can control the firewalls if you want to enable block any particular traffic to your cluster. You can control the load balancing rules. Everything is all ready-made built in. There is auto scaling group. So if you have got a web server running and you anticipate some kind of load during peak hours, you can create some auto scaling groups, and CloudStack will automatically scale up the VMs based on the requirement or scale down the VMs based on the requirement. We have got instance groups, like if you want to group some instance on a particular host and for security purposes. For security, we have got SSH key pairs through which an end user can log in securely. We've got a user data. If you want to customize when the VM boots up through Cloud Init, we got this user data. We can pass the user data, and the customization to the VM can be done. So we got storage concepts over here. So we can see how many volumes are there allocated for you. We can take snapshots for a particular volumes, and the snapshots are listed out here. We can take complete VM snapshots also enabled. So you can click on a VM and just click on a VM snapshot, and a snapshot will be ready in your time. So community networking, we support virtual private clouds like Amazon. We can create your own private clouds and expose it to the end users. We have got VPN connectivity, so we can connect securely to your virtual private cloud for any of your use cases. You got public IP addresses. You can consider this public IP as in terms of AWS like Elastic IP, through which you can expose your service on the internet. Now comes the images part. Red Hat template. I just need to or ISO. I can just register an ISO, provide the link of a particular web server, and I can register the ISO. I suppose I can register in 121. It's pretty straightforward. Copy. And yep, good to go. So currently there are no templates. I'll show the admin part of you. Admin has the templates registered. Similarly, we can register the Kubernetes ISOs for a particular version, and we can deploy clusters based on the particular Kubernetes. We can even scale up the Kubernetes clusters based on the requirement. Suppose I can upgrade and I can to a particular newer version of Kubernetes layer, we can upgrade or scale up. This is the upgrade options available built in. And these are the, if you want the auditing purposes of you want to see what the activity user doing, whatever done, we have got these events, and we have got this multi-tenant and accounts. Similarly, if you want to see the admin view, I can just show once how an administrator can generate various offerings. So, session acquire one set. So this is the administrator view. So he can see how many hosts he has got. So if you see how many physical hosts he has got, how many pods. These are the storages, like how much storage is running. We've got two types of storages called primary storage and secondary storage. Secondary storage is generally used for the templates and ISOs, and the primary storage where the VM's volumes resides. We have got inbuilt networking routers that spin up for each network that we create, and which handle the firewall rules or the load balancing rules. All that is, and so this is where the service offering comes. So if you want to create a new offering for if an user requires some 10 GB of memory and high GPU performance, you can create a new offering and give the required memory, and that particular offering will be particular VM with the particular offering will be created on the hypervisor. So currently I got 2 GB and 1 GB and 512 MB offerings. So because similarly we have got disk offerings that we can create, and so that your storage is efficiently utilized. Similar network offerings, how you can control what are the offerings, whether you want some firewall rules or load balancing rules. We can control the network offerings also. Similarly, there's a concept of VPC offerings. Yeah, and this type of tool, we have got role-based access. Suppose you want to expose a particular user to a particular, he's able to execute a certain number of API calls. We can all create a role and assign the role to particular user, so that he's not able to execute other API calls or for security purposes. So we got this accounts and domains concept. So we can, in organization, they can hierarchically organize their users. And we have got some global settings. We got LDAP integrations or two-factor authentications built into the product, and we can configure based on the requirement. So now I can log in, see if the Kubernetes cluster is created. Yeah, so this demo Kubernetes cluster is running, and I can access it with the kubeconfig file. Sorry. Yeah, so these are the two nodes it has created right now. And let me get back. That's it for the demo. Let me get back to slides. So, so how we can get involved in the CloudStack community? I can say we have got mailing lists. We can say hi on the mailing list. We have got a good community. People will help you out to get started on CloudStack, and you can get asked basic questions. We will help you out. And these are some useful links. You can go to our project website. You can download the product. You can try out. You can try. There's a proof of concept guide. You can download the proof of concept guide and try it out in your lab environments or in your staging environments. And we've got a simulator. If you want quickly, don't want to go and do the installation purpose, you can just try it out this simulator, this link, and you're good to get a look and feel of the product. We've got different meetups and events happening all over the world. We've got a CloudStack Collab conference which is happening in November. You're welcome to join and be a part of the community. And yeah, I can just show the different documentation is pretty much good. You can refer the documentation. Every concept of CloudStack is covered in documentation. These are the list of API calls. We can play around. And this is the GitHub link. We're pretty much active in this community. Yeah. CloudStack is basically written in Java, and it we have got the package for every Linux, Red Hat, CentOS, Ubuntu. We support them, and we can play around with the product. Yeah, that's it from my talk. Any questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Gil. Let's see if we have any questions. Any questions from the audience?
Thanks for your presentation, and I have two questions. First one is, I noticed there has one auto scale VM group, right?
Right.
Yeah, I want to know, do you have some recommendation on, like some best practices? If sure.
Yeah, so auto scaling groups is based on the if your load is increased, like if I create some or the memory is little more, already spins up. So there is a load balancing condition. We can say how much delay. There's a counter based on the CPU, memory, or a public network or load balancing. We can set some, and it will follow similarly for the scale down. That answers the question.
Okay, and another one is both APISIX and the CloudStack are belong to the foundation, and I'm wondering if we have opportunities to work together.
Sorry, I couldn't hear properly.
So Juan was asking that since APISIX and CloudStack are both part of the ASR, are there more opportunities for collaboration?
Right. Yeah, there could be a lot of opportunities for collaborations. I need to check with my engineering team what opportunities can be there.
That's also we can do like some of our attendees to use APISIX with CloudStack. So using CloudStack to infrastructure, and then you get and use APISIX to manage their applications. I think that's definitely a good use case. So we have another question.
Just want to know what is the product direction for CloudStack? Is there a roadmap that's publicly available for us to take a look?
So each release we generally have some what are the big every release of CloudStack we publish what are the new features that are available. In terms of roadmap, we do have the roadmap. I may need to have to get back to you on that. But each release we have the what are the new features available in each release and what is the future. Let's see what's in for IT.
Any other questions? Right, I think that's it. Thank you so much, Kiran, for joining. And I know we have been like postponing that talk.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Thanks.
Thank you and have a good day.
Yeah, thanks everybody for listening.
In the interest of time,
Just let me introduce myself quickly. My name is Chao Zhang. I'm from China, and I'm an Apache APISIX PMC member, and also I am an open source enthusiast. I have ever contributed to lots of different open source projects such as OpenResty. Maybe you know OpenResty, and but you may also know Kubernetes Ingress Index, which is the most famous ingress controller project in Kubernetes world. And also, maybe you also know Kubernetes Gateway API. This is the new standard for enhancing the ingress resources. Okay, so the last one is my GitHub. Okay, so here we go to the table of contents. And today I will show you something about how to elevate APISIX to cloud. And first of all, I will try to introduce some backgrounds about the cloud, maybe the hybrid cloud and multi-cloud. Also, I will also introduce something about the challenges for you to manage APIs on the cloud. So I will try to introduce something about Apache APISIX, the overview and the architecture, but maybe not digging into the details, but for a high-level understanding. And finally, quickly introduce API7 Cloud. So first, I'm planning to adopt some public cloud vendors such as AWS overseas, or maybe in China, people will try to use Tencent Cloud, Alibaba Cloud, and others. And that's the background. And for people, more and more IT professors will try to get some certificates, such as the AWS certification, and if I'm correct, maybe Azure also has some certification. And What's more, cloud as the infrastructure. There are lots of sub companies such as Mongo Labs, such as Drive, such as others. They based on the cloud and growing so faster. So what's more, the cloud is still in the early stage, so people may still want to not put all the eggs into the one basket. So they may also adopt more than one cloud, such as maybe the company will try to deploy a part of their services into the cloud vendor A and others to cloud vendor B. And even people may don't try to put all their services, all their business to the cloud. Some, especially for some industries that is regulated, such as the financial industry, maybe they will try to still put some of their services to their private data center because the government or the policies maybe. Yeah, so the current age, it's complicated. And now, if REST APIs or even for IoT, they will use the MQTT APIs. So what more? There are more API standards, such as Swagger and the Open API, which is quite good specification for you to describe your APIs correctly and elaborately. So what more? There's a new term, API economy. Yeah. What is API term? What is API economy? Let me use one word to describe it. API economy means the exchange of value between the API provider and the API consumer, which means the API providers will publish their APIs maybe to API marketplace, and some developer who are interested in these APIs, they will try to subscribe to them, and they will be charged so that they can call these APIs, and the API providers can earn money. So so right now the API economy is also growing. So let's talk about something. Let's combine multi-cloud as a hybrid cloud as a trend of API. We will think about something about what if you want to manage APIs on the cloud, especially since we are talking about something about API gateway. So the point will be API gateway, not the whole life cycle of API management. So I know that to include myself, we just start something brand new. We may try to adopt some managed cloud solutions, such as the managed API solutions. For instance, the Amazon API Gateway or the GCP API-G, because it's simple, because it's quick. So we don't worry about something to how to manage it, how to deploy it or upgrade it. But for API gateway solutions among all cloud vendors, I want to say they are heterogeneous. They will have some characteristics. For instance, some features are available on Amazon API Gateway, but they may not on the API-G or on Azure API Gateway. So in such a case, if you want to use a unique feature, you may be in trouble when you try to migrate from one cloud to another, which means you are locked. So what's more, sometimes they will use different terms to describe the rules for running API gateway. For instance, in APISIX, the route and service is the most core terms, but in some other API gateway solutions, they different use route. They use APIs to describe the rules. So what I want to say is that the term different, but different terms is not good for internal communication, especially when you talk about with your teammates. That make people confused. And what's more, I think the worst thing is that the pricing model. Pricing model is different. Because some API solutions will charge their customers via the number of API calls. For instance, maybe $1 for 1 million API calls. But some other solutions will try to maybe charge you according to the number of instances that you deployed, or the instance specification, maybe according to the number of CPU cores and which memory you use, or even the background, even the bandwidth that you use. That's totally different if you try to use more than one API solutions, especially provided by the cloud vendors. So maybe you will be confused. The second thing is the configuration consistency. Let's take an example. If you are using Amazon API Gateway and GCP APIG at the same time, how will you solve the configuration consistency? Let's say you want to configure a route and proxy some requests to a backend service. So how will you do it? The most tedious and direct way is you just configure them twice. But just as I say, it's tedious because every time you need to repeat your work. Yeah. Or if you want to do this, you may need to develop some your own software to synchronizing the data, the configurations to both the cloud via their open API. In such a case, you may still have to maintain this your own component, but that also has some overhead. So the third one is the scalability. Just say that using cloud managed API gateway is quick. You can quickly deploy them, and you can maybe set up the whole system just in an hour, maybe. But once your business is growing and you found that API gateway is not enough, the feature is not enough for you. For instance, you want to use some advanced authentication way, such as OIDC or others. What will you do? As far as I know, it's not easy to push the cloud providers to evaluate their products. And unless you have a lot of money and you are willing to pay this money, maybe they will just ignore your requests. So in such a case, maybe you have to do this feature, do this need by yourself. Maybe you need to set up a new component after the API gateway and let them to do all the needs that you need. So if we don't use the API gateway provided by cloud, what can we do? Maybe choose an open source solution, or maybe you can purchase some other commercial products. So let's talk about the use open source solutions such as Apache APISIX. So why? Because the first reason is open source, which means you won't be logged in. You can deploy it anywhere. You can deploy it on Amazon API Gateway. You can deploy it on maybe EKS or Azure ACK Kubernetes cluster. And you have only one solution, so you don't have the configuration consistent problem, because as we will see that you have the same configuration API. We call the main API to deliver all the configurations. And what's more, it's easy to extend just as programmer show us the way to write some new APISIX plugins, especially with the ChatGPT plugins. Okay, so let's see which challenges will we face when we try to take APISIX to the cloud. Here is some simple overview for APISIX. I can just introduce it quickly. It's a cloud-native API gateway because it can be used in some a lot of different infrastructures. For instance, the Kubernetes cluster. Because I remember that someone Kubernetes support this morning. Yeah. Actually, APISIX has an ingress controller solution to website link. APISIX architecture, but I remember this diagram is also shown in main stack. And here, I will focus on how the architecture works, but let's count the number of components in this diagram. You will find besides the APISIX itself, you will how many different components will you see in this diagram, such as the etcd cluster and something for observability, such as Skywalking, Prometheus, Grafana. That's for the observability, and maybe you need a dashboard for you to configure APISIX easily. Yeah, or maybe you are just calling the main API directly. So actually, for the controller, there are a lot of components that you need to deploy by yourself, which we call the on-premise. By saying on-premise, we say that all components, as we all know, etcd is a Raft-based distributed KV store, which means sometimes for the high availability, you need to set up a 3-node or 5-node etcd cluster, and for such an etcd cluster to run normally, it's not an easy thing. Maybe you don't have an etcd expert in your organization, so you have to take care about the maintenance, such as when will you upgrade the etcd cluster? Maybe there are some vulnerabilities in the older version, so you have to upgrade it. And what's more, you need to care about the data persistence, because the value of data is quite important. So you have to take care about it. And what's more, you also need to care about the observability for etcd cluster. So maybe you will need to use Prometheus to collect etcd metrics so that you can know whether the etcd cluster is running normal. So that's for the etcd. And for APISIX itself, you also need to, besides deploy it, you also need to care about its observability. Since APISIX also has the Prometheus plugin, but maybe it's not enough for you. Vanilla Grafana dashboard, maybe you need to edit it so that some custom metrics can be shown in your dashboard. We want to worry about this because we want maybe some vendors can help us to maintain an etcd cluster. Unfortunately, I don't see some cloud vendors except the Tesla Cloud to provide maintain etcd service. Others don't have such a service. We also want maybe the building observability support. We want some set up the Prometheus, even the open telemetry or Apache Skywalking for ourselves. What's more, APISIX Cloud now also supports the alerts. You can configure some events to the system so that when something is not normal, such as, for instance, the SSL certificate is about to expire, or even maybe the request ratio for 5x6 requests are high, more than 10%, you will get some message. So using the dynamic etcd image, yes, the etcd cluster basically, I think it's due to some limitation about the persistent value plan simply it's due to whether your Kubernetes setup is correct, storage class, and the correct maybe the key size for etcd. If I remember correctly, some cloud vendors will have some limitation for the capacity of the PVC, Minikube, or other Kubernetes distributions for developers to see whether this problem can.
Is it recommended to run etcd in the Kubernetes cluster?
Or should it be outside the Kubernetes cluster? I think it just depends on the scenario. For instance, if you want to
So we'll have the final talk of the day. We have Nicola, who is the head of developer experience at API7.ai. He's an author. He's really tall. Not really anxious. So all right. So I'll leave this to you, Nicola. So once everyone is seated, you can get started.
Thanks, everybody. Final talk, hardest responsibility. I will try to be quick, smart, entertaining, interesting, but quick. Jet lag just crashed me, so I will have a demo. If at some point the demo doesn't work, please help me, because it will be hard otherwise. I've been a developer for a long time, like 17 years, doing consulting, multiple roles, and since 5 years, I'm doing developer advocacy. So this talk is about data, and I let you like read the whole stuff. But basically, it's mostly about where do you put your data. This might not seem like a huge issue, but challenges. First one is the legal requirement. You might be mandated by law to put your data in a specific place. And then there is jurisdictional challenges. So about legal requirements, this is the stuff that I collected so far. So depending on the country, you might be required to put the data, and depending on the type. For example, let's say China, well, basically it's everything, right? India, if it's related to payment, and so on and so forth. Though that's very easy, you look, your customers, you are doing business in this country, you put the data related in this country. Very easy. Now, not so fun parts, there are challenges. So for example, you might be aware that in Europe, there is something called GDPR related to data protection. It tells you that, well, the data of your customer is private. And then in the US, they tell, oh, look, to fight against terrorism, we can get access to any data. That's a bit of a problem. Because if you, as a business, store your customers' data in the US are legally allowed to access it, and then you are legally liable if one of your customer or user sues you. And GDPR can be very expensive. It's 5% of your revenue. Or you agree not to do business anymore in Europe, which is not that good. So you have this issue. For example, you can say, I will use a cloud provider and everything will be fine. But regarding Malaysia, for example, Google has no data center, AWS has no data center, and Azure promises they will get data center. But they promised it to be in June 2023, and actually we are past that date, and they don't seem to have a data center yet. So if you bet on the cloud provider, then you better be sure that they have all the legal requirements, and that's very, very hard to do. So the thing that you can do is data partition. Instead of having one single database, you have multiple databases, and depending on some characteristics, some properties, some attributes, you put the data in one center or the other. In general, you do the data partitioning for scaling reasons. So you need to be very smart about constant hashing and those stuff. But here it's very simple. If I belong to a country, I put the data in this data center. So here is my super stupid example. I have two locations. I have two lanes. Basically, at some point, I need to decide if I put the data. Oh, where is it? Here. Thanks. I lost it. If I put data on location X or location Y. So our algorithm is very, very simple. If country equals Malaysia, put it in X. If country is France, put it in Y. That's super advanced engineering, right? Even I can code it. However, it opens interesting challenges on where to put this code. That's the real smart stuff. Where do you put the code? You could put the code in the client. You can put the code in the app, so either directly in your own code or through a library. You can put it somewhere in a proxy or in the API gateway. So let's see each option, because we are doing architecture, so probably there are pros and cons to every option. So let's see them each in turn. If we do it client side, it means it's a smart client, right? So it should be a mobile client. Web, not that much. Web clients tend to be smarter and smarter, but in that case, it's not that much. The problem, it needs to know the topology of your application. That's probably not something you want to do. You don't want to leak the details of your topology to every client and keep them in sync. And most probably, it won't work on the first request. Because the first request, you don't have any data, so it will be random. So client side, not that great. Server side. Well, on the server side, it's the most flexible one, right? You put it server side, everything works as expected. Server side, you know the topology, and it's pretty good. If you need additional data, because sometimes the request is not enough to know the data, you can request additional data from the database. You are super close to the database, and then you can do your computation. However, it requires you to code the stuff, which can be error-prone. And if you chose the wrong lane, so let's say you chose location X, but in the end, you need to go to location Y, then probably there is a performance cost, because those are probably in different data centers, so you need to cross the network boundaries. So not bad, but perhaps not that good. We can do it proxy-based, so it's just you add an additional piece. It's more complex, it's more decoupled. Your application doesn't care at all about the algorithm. So here is a regular trade-off, one more moving piece, one more decoupling level. And finally, we can put that in the API gateway. So the problem is that it's an early decision. You might not have every piece of information needed. However, it knows, the API gateway knows the topology because it knows the upstream. I mean, that's the real point of the API gateway. On the downside, it has no access to the data. So which one should I choose? This one, yeah, because it's APISIX, right? Yes, but no, it's not the right stuff. Actually, if I want to be real smart about it, I will use a double computation. That's what I would, as a general purpose, without further requirements, try to come up with. I will first add clients, so the first request could hit any of the two lanes, right? And then once I'm computed everything, then the response would send the metadata to say, okay, keep it on this lane. So there will be some, not smart client, but at least some kind of storage on the client. And that even browser-based can do it. Then the second request queries directly the correct gateway. And the gateway computes the location based on the metadata. But there is a chance the metadata can be wrong because the client could have done something bad. So we can do a double check at the app level. Worst case, the computation will be wrong on the API gateway. We need to cross the network, but then still it will work. And in most of the cases, it will be the correct computation, and so it will be quite fast. If you think about it, it's like you are doing client-side and server-side validation. Client-side very fast, but you can bypass it, so you do it server-side just to be sure. I implemented it with the Apache stack, so I will use, of course, Apache APISIX, and another project that I discovered recently called Apache Sharding Sphere. So I guess everybody is familiar with Apache APISIX, probably you are more experts than me, but in that case, Apache Sharding Sphere, who knows about Apache Sharding Sphere? Wow, that's a lot of people. I didn't expect that many. Good. So basically, it's like It's either a library if you are in the Java world, or a proxy if you are not in the Java world, that allows you to transform a regular data source into separated sharding data sources. Normally, you do it to scale horizontally, as I mentioned, but here I will use it in a different way. So I will do a demo. So my demo will be pretty limited. So first, I don't care about the client at all. I leave it up to you as an exercise, but I'm not a front-end engineer. I don't want to care about it. I will add a single API gateway, because there is no interesting stuff if you don't have storage. A single app, and then I will keep the two databases. I don't know why I have this here. I will put it here. The application will be a JVM-based app, so I will use the capability of Sharding Sphere embedded as a library. But again, whatever you want. Let's do it. I'm asking Navendu to hold the mic. Thank you. Thanks for Navendu, because it's not fun to be here, believe me. So, who here is familiar with Docker Compose? 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%. Okay, so I will describe it to you. So basically, you can think about Docker Compose as a very simple Kubernetes-like stuff. For demos, it's much, much simpler. And you can describe your app. You already brought everything. You can describe your images here, then you can configure it with environments. You don't need config maps, you don't need port mapping, like really smart port mapping. Everything will be on localhost. So the first one is I'm using Jaeger, because I want to show you on OpenTelemetry what it looks like. Then I'm using Apache APISIX. I'm not using etcd, obviously. I'm using the static configuration. I will be using the same app. So one, I call it Europe. The other, I call it USA. But basically, they are the same app, right? And then each of them is configured differently through Spring. I won't bother you with the details, because most of you are not JVM developer. But basically, I am configuring it through a sharding YAML. And the sharding YAML deployed is here. Basically, I have two data sources, as I mentioned in the diagram. Sorry. This is like an Ikari data source, so it's connection pooling. I'm using Postgres, and so each of the data sources, they use a different schema. I have the Europe schema, I have the US schema. I still have one single Postgres data source because it doesn't make any sense. And then in the rules, I describe how I want to shard the stuff. I say, oh, I will have two data nodes, and then I've created my own algorithm. Like, Sharding Sphere comes with many different kinds of algorithms, but as I mentioned, most of them are meant to be horizontally scalable. Here, I don't want to be horizontally scalable. I want just to be sure about where the data is. So I have implemented my own algorithm in Java, and sorry, in Kotlin. I love Kotlin, so I do everything in Kotlin. And you see, it's really hard engineering, right? If it's French, F4, go to Europe. If it's US, go to the US, right? Amazing stuff. I mean, it's Kotlin, but everybody understands, right? Great. So I will start it, and I will continue describing it. Docker Compose up. Now I have my database, and I initialize every database with like the same schema. So here, the only difference is I have a schema here, but otherwise, those are the same table. That's very important. In the US side, same column, only the schema is different. Then I insert different data. So in Europe, I insert Mr. Jean Dujardin, and he has a croissant, right? Because it's French. And I had no idea. I thought I would probably change it to hamburger, but at the time I wrote last because I have no imagination. So now I will query to get data. So I forgot to mention how I configure Apache APISIX here, which is the heart of the matter. Because as I mentioned, I need like a two-way strategy to configure the stuff. First, I will do a very fast computation on the API gateway side, and then I will do a verification, and potentially I will cross the boundaries at the apps. So I have defined 3 routes, and the URI is the same. So basically, first I will evaluate if the country header is FR. Okay, then if it's the case, I will send it to the upstream number 1, which is Europe. Then I will evaluate if the country code is US. Then, if it's the case, I will send it to US. And then I have a default one, just in case it's neither. And then I will send it, well, here I decided I will send it to Europe, but you can create another category or whatever. Again, it's up to you. And because I want to like observe everything and show you how it works, I have added this OpenTelemetry plugin. So now if I do curl, and that's where the demo will fail, obviously, because otherwise it wouldn't be a demo. Thing is, and I will get all thingies, and now I need, so I am on the first request, right? So the first request, I have no metadata, I do it like this, and now it takes ages, and I've got well, that's what I do. Now I'm a bit tired, I will do the one. So now I ask for Jean Dujardin, which gets me to I ask for the first one, which sends me to Jean Dujardin, which is normally in Europe. So here everything goes as expected. If I go on the compose file, I need to get that here, and I go there, and I have my Jaeger UI, and I can find the traces, and I have this trace, and now I have everything is for Europe. Okay, this is the default that works. Now, of course, this should also work, even though now I'm crossing the boundaries. So here it's not efficient, but I still get the data that I want. I go through the European node, but I still get the data from the American element. But on the second port, I should get the correct stuff. So here I should say header is country. And here I am the client, so I know where to find the stuff. It's very fast. And it should be USA. What did I do wrong? It's US, sorry. Told you I was jet lagged. So here I go through USA because I'm the small client, and of course I can ask the French to give me the stuff. So I go through Europe, and if I'm trying to be smart, so let's say I have a hacker that hacked the client, I can tell it, hey, like you will go through France to get data from like an American, yes, it will go through France, still I will cross the boundary, and I will still get the data that I want that is located in it. Thanks a lot. So this is like these two verification on the API side and on the app allows me to be mostly performant, mostly efficient, and still regarding the data. And here, of course, I only did get, but you can do put, that's not an issue. The interesting stuff that I didn't mention is that I have the data model here is a thingy, so I'm searching for thingy. I lost my, where is my pointer? I lost my pointer. 2 seconds. I lost everything. Wow, it's dead. Okay. This, if you leave this here, it's better. So, as I mentioned, I'm searching for thingy, but you can see the thingy itself has no location. So the owner of the thingy has the location. So even though it's not a direct relationship, I can still, through Apache sharding sphere, get only the data that I want. And as I mentioned, it's only read, but you can do the same with writes to write in the correct place. So thanks for your attention. You can follow me on Twitter, you can follow me on Mastodon because Twitter is dead. If you're interested about the repository, everything is on GitHub, so please have a look. I have stats on this link, so use it, then I can check how many people viewed the repo. And well, I encourage you to have more data on Apache APISIX. On time.
Questions, comments?
It's always a bit frightening when there is no question. Hello.
Yeah, I think if we have one is in French, one is in United States, maybe we have 2 age clusters that hold in French, hold in United States. So what do you? So I think in your point, there is only one cluster.
Exactly, that's what I mentioned. Yes, that's exactly that here. That's the limitation of the demo because I am lazy. Single API gateway, single app. Because it doesn't make any sense if I have no smart client to have 2 roles, right? Everything can be done here. But yeah, normally you should have the final architecture normally should be something like this. You have 2 gateways and 2 apps, and I have only single gateway and single app because of the team. It's a good comment, yes.
Any other questions?
Okay, my question, in my opinion, the user will request access the API to nearby API gateway. So for the United States or the clients, they should access different API gateway. But in your
it's the same question. Okay, so again, that's what I would like to do, but because of there is a demo, I have a single person accessing this, I have limited myself to single API gateway and single app. For the demo, in real, I would do something like this. But for the demo, single API gateway, single app, because like I am alone on my computer, I cannot fake somebody going somewhere else, so it doesn't make any sense. I have no storage.
The question is about the sharding sphere. That sharding sphere is more popular class frameworks in the Chinese because you know this project because it is a project or something else?
Because I think I saw it with Apache APISIX at some point. Because at some point, well, to be honest, when I joined API 7, I didn't know about Apache APISIX. Then I looked at all the project and I noticed, wow, it has been a long time since I didn't go to the Apache Foundation. There are many more new projects that I and a lot of them are donated by Chinese companies. Like Sharding Sphere, Apache APISIX, and a couple of them. So I checked a bit just to understand like what they are doing, and it's interesting. This one is interesting. Documentation not great. I actually, when I was doing the presentation, I submitted a pull request because the documentation was wrong, and I had to look through the code to understand how it worked. But it's still very interesting stuff. I mean, to be able to like make your application like horizontally scalable, that's really, really nice. And without changing it, that's the thing. You work for GDBC or you work for the proxy, and basically your application is completely oblivious of this distributed stuff that happens underneath. It's really nice. I mean, from an architecture point of view, it's really good. No question? Then let's call it a day. Thanks, Navindu.
Thanks, Nicola. So we missed 2 talks today because of time. One talk is on how is APISIX fast. So we have a blog post related to that talk on the APISIX website. So if you want to learn more, you can check it out. We'll soon post a video about it as well. And the other talk is how you can use ChatGPT to create APISIX plugins. Bob already has a video on YouTube about that, so you can check that out if you're interested in creating plugins for APISIX. And with that, let's call it a day, and thank you all for showing up. And before we wind up, let me thank our sponsors, AMD and End-to-End, for like getting us this venue, and everyone at API7.ai for like coming to this event and making it a huge success. And I would like to thank Brian, who helped us a lot in setting things up, and Setting has been behind the scenes. He has been helping us set up the live stream. He has been doing everything behind the scenes. So, and big thanks to Nicholas. Thank you, Sepu. Thank you for helping us out. And we also has a couple of t-shirts, a couple of APISIX t-shirts. So if you guys want that, you can take that, and Daniel will help you get the right size of the t-shirts. And yeah, I think that's it. And we also have our APISIX community members in here, so if you have questions, feel free to ask them. We have Ming and Yuan Shen, who are the original authors of APISIX. So if you have questions, feel free to bother them directly. So yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you for showing up. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. Let's take a group photo. Yeah.
you